Okay, so good morning class and welcome to the session. Okay, so I hope I'm audible, right? Can people confirm? Those who have joined online, yes, can they please confirm? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And let's get started. Okay, so basically today I want to discuss, as I had already set up the agenda yesterday, I want to discuss two things before we move towards the linear regression, that is our chi-square and ANOVA. Okay. Chi-square and ANOVA. Okay, so what is chi-square test? What is the meaning of chi-square? Or let me say chi-square test.
Sir, it will test the relationship between two categorical data.
Yes. So what he is saying is absolutely right. So basically, chi-square test is again a kind of your hypothesis testing. So in hypothesis testing, we have two things. We have our null hypothesis, we have our alternate hypothesis, and then we have type of test, whether it is your right tail, left tail, or double tail. Okay. So null hypothesis in chi-square is always fixed. It is a fixed hypothesis. You can never change it. And what is that fixed hypothesis? Fixed hypothesis is that there is no relation between two variables, or you can say between two categorical variables. So when we take the example, you will understand more between two categorical variables. Okay. So if null is fixed, then alternate has to be fixed because null and alternate are just opposite of each other. So what would be the opposite of null? Opposite of null over here would be there is a relationship. There is a relationship. पीछे चीज मुझे इरिटेट कर रही है. Okay. So this is your fixed null and fixed alternate and type of test. So chi-square test is always a right-tailed test. It is always a right-tailed test. It is always a right-tailed test. This, so you cannot change all these things. Okay, it's always a right-tailed test. Now let's take the same example, which you guys have, I think, already studied from the channel or wherever. Okay, let's see this example. Okay, so chi-square test is also known as your test of independence or the goodness of fit. So what are the two other names of chi-square test? Two other names of chi-square test are test of independence independence or goodness of fit. ठीक है. So अगर कोई पूछता है what is test of independence, what is goodness of fit, so it is nothing but your chi-square test only. Okay. Test of independence or the goodness of fit. Now let's try understanding. Let's try understand by this example. So chi-square test or the test of independence or the goodness of fit. Over here the variables are categorical in nature. So for example, let's say, please read karo sir.
We also categorize this salary as a high, medium, and low.
0.05.
Significant and 4 degree of freedom by value is
9.48. Okay. So we will come to this. So I hope people understand what is this 0.05 significance. It is nothing but 5% error, right? It is 5% error, and then this is your given value. If you remember, what are the steps involved in hypothesis testing? The steps involved in hypothesis testing where you design your null, you design your alternate, you design which type of test it is, whether it is a right tail, left tail, or double tail test. Then you go for your sampling, right? And then you do your calculations. You do your calculation, and then you compare your calculated value with your given value. And if the calculated value falls in the critical region, you reject your null. Otherwise, you fail to reject the null, right? So the same steps would be applied over here also. Exactly same thing. Only thing is the formula would be different, okay? And the given value would be different. So don't worry about what is this 4 degree of freedom, what is this chi value 9.48. We will see. Today we will see how to see our tables also. But let's come to this data. So you are owner of a hotel, and you want to find a relationship between customer satisfaction and the wages of the waiter. So do you notice that there are two categories? One category is your service, another category is your salary. So you are the owner of the hotel or manager of the hotel. So you would be knowing the salary of your staff, right? And then when the people come to your restaurant, you ask about the feedback to the person who attended to that customer. So this is the table which we have in front of us. So do people understand these numbers? Do you understand these numbers? So if you look from the top, you see the salary. If you look from the left to right, you see the service. You see the service. So what is this 9? So there were 9 staff members who are having low salary but excellent service. ये पुराने जमाने के लोग हैं, मन लगा के काम कर रहे हैं, ठीक है? Now, what about these? High salary, poor service. ये तुम्हारे टाइप के लोग हैं, ठीक है? सैलरी हाई चाहिए बट काम नहीं. Lucky people, ठीक है? ऐसे लोग भी होते हैं इंडस्ट्री में. But what? Let's take something else. What about these people? So if you see from the top, it is medium salary. If you see from left to right, good service. ठीक है ना? What about these 31? High salary. If you see from the top, and if you see from left to right, good service. Right. So just by seeing this data, what do you think? Is there any relationship between salary given and the service provided? कोई रिलेशन दिखता है? Naked eyes को, लेमन को क्या दिखता है? देखो, क्या ज्यादा सैलरी वाले लोग अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं या कम सैलरी वाले लोग खराब काम कर रहे हैं? इन जनरल देखो, इन जनरल अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं कौन से लोग? हाई सैलरी वाले इन जनरल. एंड हाउ डू यू से सर? ओके, सब लोग अपने अपने माइंड में एक आंसर सोचो, whether there is relation or there is no relationship. So what would be my null hypothesis? My null hypothesis would be there is no relation between salary given and service provided. Okay, so there are only two categories. One is your salary, another is your service. So if you want to do a chi-square test, you will say that there is no relationship between salary and the service. What is this 26? This 26 is nothing but your row total. Can you notice this 26 is nothing but 9 plus 10 plus 7? And what is this 51? This 51, you add these three numbers. So 11 plus 9 plus 31. And what is this 41? This is your column total. 7 plus 31 plus 3. What is this 27? 10 plus 9 plus 8. 32, 9 plus 11 plus 12. What is this 100? This 100 is nothing but if you add all these 9 numbers, इनको मैंने red में mark करा है. देखो 100 आता है. Or if you add these numbers also, then also you get 100. Or if you add these numbers also, then also you get 100. देखो. You add all the row total, then also 100. All the column total, then also 100. Or if you add all those 9 numbers, then also. So basically 100 is your sample size. You have done the survey on your 100 staff members. काफी बड़ा होटल है, 100 waiters आ गए. Any doubt, any question in this data? What is this data? Before we go into any calculation part. Okay, before we go into any calculation part, no doubt. Okay, so this is my null. And what is my alternate? Alternate would be there is a relationship between salary and service. I have already done the sample. You are already given the given value. Given value is 9.48. Don't ask me ये 9.48 कैसा था. You will understand later on. Let's say after half an hour, you'll understand from where this 9.48 is coming. And this 4 degree of freedom also, you'll understand how this 4 degree of freedom is coming. Just wait. Okay, now what we will do our calculation. Whatever calculation I want to do, I will do. But given value is 9.48. Given value is 9.48. Chi-square test is a right tail test. So it means if the if it is a right tail test, then your critical region would be on the right hand side. Itna yaad aa raha sabko? If it is a right tail test, critical region would be on your right hand side. So it means if my calculated value is more than 9.48, I will reject the null. If calculated value is more than 9.48, it will fall in critical region. And if the value falls in critical region, we always reject the null. Basic understanding, guys, before you put the formula. Okay, so if calculated value is more than 9.48, we will reject the null. This is our background. Now let's put the formula. Everyone do one thing. सब लोग एक Excel sheet open. Open one Excel sheet. Open a Excel sheet. Oh God, where is my Excel sheet? इसको प्लीज हटाओ। और ये कुर्सी बहुत नीचे, थोड़ी बड़ी कुर्सी लाके दो, थोड़ी ऊंची कुर्सी। आई डोंट नो मेरी एग्जिट शीट कहाँ चली गई। भरत एक ब्लैक कॉफी ला देना। हाँ ये ठीक है, बट ये जो चेयर है बहुत नीचे है, मुझे कंफर्टेबल नहीं है। हाँ एक दूसरी चेयर दो जो उससे थोड़ी सी अच्छी हो। ब्लैक कॉफी ला देना, शुगर नहीं डालना। ये बेटर है। हाँ उधर पीछे रखो। Okay, so don't start writing anything. I'll let you know क्या क्या लिखना है, कैसे लिखना है, ठीक है। Now let's focus only on this part. Let's focus only on this part. Can you notice that this data is exactly the same which you are seeing in the PPT? देखो same numbers हैं 9, 10, 7, 9, 10, 7, 11, 9, 31, 12, 8, 3, 26, 51, 23, 100. Is it the exactly same, right? So consider this data as your, what can I say? This is your original data. Original data as in the data which you have got after survey. ठीक है, अब एक काम करो, इसको नोट डाउन करो. How much time will it take? Should I put it on the chat? Chat पे जाएगा? I'm little skeptical. हाँ जा तो रहा है. See whether you can directly copy or do it fast. Copy हो रहा है exactly on the sheet. Okay, then fair enough. People would have done it within a flash. Okay, now this is the original data. So you have got the original data. Then what do? Then we do our this thing. We do our calculations. Okay. Now for calculation, what is the formula? Observed minus expected whole square divided by expected. Formula is something like this. This is your formula. Observed minus expected divided by, sorry. पहले तो expected values देखें. So what is the expected value? Let me do one thing. Let me take a snippet. So let me say these are nothing but my, what are these? These are my given values. Now let's create a table where I have my expected values. So this table is of expected. So what is 9? 9 is my given value. What is my expected value? Expected value ka formula is row total into column total divided by grand total. So what is the row total of 9? Row total of 9 can I say is 26? Column total is 32. Grand total is 100. So it would be 26 into 32 divided by 100. जल्दी से वैल्यू निकालो प्लीज, कितनी है? 26 into 32 divided by 100. 31.9. 26 into 32 divided by 100. 8 point something आ रही है. 8.32. Yes, it is 8.32. सबको समझ में आया 8.32 कैसा है? Then what would be the expected value for 10? Expected value for 10 would be 26 into 27 divided by 100. What's the answer? 7.02. Yes, absolutely right. What is the expected value of 7? For expected value of 7, what would I do? 26 into 41 divided by 100. Expected value of 7 is 26 into 40. Grand total. ये formula याद रखो. Row total into column total divided by grand total. If you want to do manually, otherwise life में manually करने का मौका नहीं है. You already have a software. How much? 10.66. 10.66. So can I say that I can find the values for each of them? बाकी सबकी values भी निकाल लेते हैं. So I already have them. 16.32, 13.77. Then I have 20.91. Then I have 7.36. Then I have 6.21 and 9.43. So what I'll do, I'll put this also on the chat window. You can quickly take it up from the chat. Let me know, is this calculation clear to everyone? No, it's not getting twisted. Make sure you are having the same values which I am having. Okay. So what do I have? I have two things. I have the observed values, which you can also say as your given values. And then you have your expected values. Now I will put the formula. So formula is what you are seeing, observed minus expected whole square divided by expected. So observed minus expected whole square divided by expected. Observed minus expected whole square divided by expected. Now, सब लोग अब ध्यान से इस फॉर्मूले को देखो. So what is the observed value? Observed value is 9. And what is the corresponding expected value? Corresponding expected value is 8.32. So I will say something like this. I'll say observed minus expected whole square divided by expected. Observed is 9 minus 8.32 whole square, or let me write it a little more small. 9 minus 8.32 whole square divided by expected. What is expected value? 8.32. इसका आंसर कितना आएगा? 9 minus 8.32 कितना होता है? So basically, again, I will create a 3 by 3 table, which would be having your observed minus expected whole square divided by expected. ये formula लगाओ. Apply this formula 9 times for each and every cell. What's the answer? Answer कितना है? 9 minus 8.32 whole square divided by 8.32. 0.055. Okay. देखें तुम लोगों ने सही बताया गलत बता दिया. हाँ ठीक है. 0.0555. Okay. Now for the second cell. For second cell, what would be the value? For second cell, I will say 10 minus 7.02. 10 minus 7.02 whole square divided by किस चीज से डिवाइड करेंगे? Divided by 7.02. प्लीज बातें नहीं करो पीछे. क्या इश्यू चल रहा है पीछे? Then don't talk for some time. तुम आगे आके बैठो अगर तुम्हें प्रॉब्लम आता है. इधर आ जाओ. Come. Can you open all? You come here. तुम लास्ट वाले इधर आके सामने आके बैठो. एक चेयर ले आओ. कनेक्ट हुआ तुम? Let me know once connected. Trust me, तुम्हारा दिन बहुत अच्छा जाए. You will learn a lot. Guys, connected to Zoom? Zoom पे connect हुआ है सब लोग? Yes? Okay, देखो. I think people are facing some issue over here. Now, let me do one thing. Let me go on the new. Just everyone stop whatever they were doing. So can I say this is nothing but your observed or the expected value? Sorry, observed or the calculated value? Observed or the given value. Sorry. It was your observed, or you can say it was your given value. Then what was your expected value? Expected value, if I see expected values were something like this. कोई बताएगा जल्दी जल्दी? 8.32, 10.66, 16.32, okay, 20.91, then 7.36, 6.21, 9. This was your expected value. This was your expected values. Okay. So now I have two tables. One is your observed or the given. Another is your expected. Then what I am doing, I am applying this formula: observed minus expected whole square divided by expected. So again, I will get 1 3/3 ka table. 1 3/3 ka table. Let it draw in front of it. So for this cell number A, so for the first cell, what would be the value? The observed value is 9 and expected value is 8.32. So if I apply this formula, it would be 9 minus 8.32 whole square divided by 8.32. What was the answer? 0.055. If I go to the second cell, then my calculation part would be 10 minus 7.02 whole square divided by 7.02. What was the answer? 1.26. Let me take one more example. For the third cell, what would be the two numbers? Two numbers would be 7 and 10.66. So 7 minus 10.66 whole square divided by, and someone has okay, divided by 10.66. So what is the answer? 1.25. Can I have quickly the answer for the fourth cell, fifth cell? एक काम करो, ये वाले rows second row के लिए निकालो, ये वाला, and ये वाला row third वाले row के लिए निकालो. So give me the answer for the fourth cell. 1.734. For the fifth cell. For the fifth cell, the formula would be 9 minus 13.77 whole square divided by 13.77. 1.652. Then for the sixth cell, 4.86. Excel में formula है? हाँ, that's very good. अगर formula लगाया, just drag and drop करना है, ठीक है? Now for the seventh cell, 2.92. For the seventh cell, now for the eighth cell, 0.515. Okay. For the ninth cell, 4.384. Now, this is nothing but my observed minus expected whole square divided by expected ka table. So if I do the summation of this table means if I add all these 9 numbers, so mera answer kitna aayega? If the calculation is right. Do the summation. So summation means you will do this thing: 0.55 plus 1.26 plus 1.256 plus 1.734 plus 1.652 plus 4.86 plus 2.92 plus 0.515 plus 4.384. Kitna aa raha answer? 18 point. If I add all these numbers, if you add all these numbers, all the 9 numbers, what is the answer? 18.65. So this is nothing but your calculated value. This is nothing but your calculated value. At the end, this is your calculated value. At the end, I should have only one number. Then only you can compare with the given number. This is nothing but your calculated value. I will wait for 2 minutes, guys. Let me know any doubt, any questions till this point. Guys, any doubt, any question till this point, please batao before we move towards the conclusion part. कोई doubt, कोई question? What are people doing? इधर. What's the doubt over there? क्या doubt है? कोई doubt नहीं है? कोई doubt है तो please ask me. Though in real life you are not expected to remember all these calculations. Software will do for you. Okay, so this is your calculated value. Calculated value is 18.65. And what was the given value in this example? Given value was 9 point, कितनी थी? 9.48. Given value was 9.48. Given value was 9.48. Chi-square test is a right tail test. So if this is 0, then 9.4 would be somewhere over here. And then 18.65 would be somewhere over here. But this on your right hand side of 9.48 is nothing but your critical region. It is your critical region. So when the value lies in the critical region, what I will do? I will reject the null. I will reject the null. And what was the null in this example? Null was, in this example, null was, there is no relation between salary offered or salary given and service provided. This was the null, but now you are rejecting the null. And whenever you reject the null, alternate automatically comes to true. Because null and alternate cannot be true and false at the same time. What was the alternate? There is a relationship. So it means salary और service का कुछ connection तो है. तो अगर तुम अपना होटल खोलना तो सैलरी पे ध्यान दो. ठीक है? ये see, keep one thing in mind. It doesn't tells you that you should increase the salary or you should decrease the salary. वो तुम्हें सोचना है. But it is telling there is some relation. There is a relationship. Thank you. Acha, now let's come back over here, guys. What is this 4 degree of freedom and how to find this 9.48? Obviously, when we will use our Python, you don't need to remember कि ये कैसे calculate हो रहा है, but degree of freedom is little important. What is degree of freedom? हमने पहले कभी डिस्कस किया? DOF नहीं पता तुम लोग को? Degree of how many parameters are? किसने बोला? How many parameters are acting in the system? Okay. Can you elaborate a bit more, please? Though your statement this time ठीक ही है, बुरा नहीं है. पहली बार तुमने क्लास में कोई अच्छा आंसर किया. हाँ, elaborate more, please. So let's say if someone doesn't know जो तुमने बोला है, can you repeat your statement once more, please? No. क्या? If we have a ball has its own speed and you have its own speed. Can you explain it in English?
So at that time, which number on which column they are writing, that is so,
No. I'm not asking about formula. I'm talking about this. What does degree of freedom means? So degree of freedom is not specific to chi-square. It can come anywhere. Uska concept मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. What does that implies to you? Formula of degree of freedom in chi-square, even I can say 9n minus 1 into k minus 1, where n is number of इस formula को please note down. Degree of freedom in chi-square test is n minus 1 into k minus 1. So remember, it was 3 by 3 ka table. There were three rows and 3 columns. So 3 rows and 3 columns. So 3 minus 1 is 2, and so 2 into 2 is 4. Again, I repeat, it is multiplication. It is not addition. 2 plus 2 भी 4 होगा यहाँ पे. But keep one thing in mind, it is multiplication, because when table is 4 by 4, then you will see the difference. It is a multiplication. Okay, n minus 1 into k minus 1 is the formula. So now, is this part getting clear? How the degree of freedom is coming? Degree of freedom is coming because you had a 3 by 3 table. You had 3 categories in service. You had 3 categories in salary. Okay. Again, let's come back to the degree of freedom. अच्छा बताओ, देश आजाद हो गया क्या? हम लोग आजाद हैं? कितने आजाद हैं हम लोग?
बिल्कुल भी नहीं.
ये किसने बोला भाई? बिल्कुल भी नहीं. Can I get his name? मतलब दार्शनिक टाइप का इंसान है. हम नाम नहीं बता रहा. ठीक है. Anyway.
सिद्धार्थ सर.
सिद्धार्थ. Okay. So we have freedom. Freedom तो है हमें. But what we do not have a absolute freedom. Absolute freedom नहीं है कि जो मन चाहे वो करो. वो तो फ्रीडम है. वो तो फ्रीडम है.
सर सबसे ज्यादा तो एब्सोल्यूट फ्रीडम ही है अगर देखा जाए तो.
क्या सबसे ज्यादा? एब्सोल्यूट फ्रीडम किसी के पास नहीं है, चाहे वो इंसान हो या कोई तानाशाह हो. कहीं ना कहीं सबके ऊपर कोई ना कोई है. ठीक है. बट दैट वाज जस्ट अ वे टू रिमेंबर दिस थिंग. लेट्स कम बैक टू द meaning. The meaning is obviously is same. Degree of freedom is how many variables person can control. Person can control or person can change. How many variables at a stretch you can change or you can control. You cannot control all of them. अगर स्पीड तेज होगी तो एक्सीडेंट का डर बढ़ जाएगा, पहुंचते जल्दी जाओगे. But when your speed is high, that control, that chances of accident reduce will not be in your hand. अगर ज्यादा सोगे तो क्लास में देर से आओगे. तो सोना तो तुम्हारे हाथ में है, बट क्लास में टाइम पे आना चाहिए तुम्हारे हाथ में नहीं रहेगा. Can you notice one thing? You can control only few factors and not all the factors. चाय ज्यादा मीठी पियोगे तो वेट कंट्रोल नहीं होगा. तो मीठी चाय पीने का सुख तो आएगा, बट फिर कुछ और प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगा, राइट? So how many variables person can control at a time? Suppose let's say you are mixing two chemicals. Now let's understand some technically. If you are mixing two chemicals, what can you control? You can control the temperature. You can control the pressure. You can control the amount or the quantity of both the chemicals. But once you have control all these things, then output is not in your hand. At particular temperature, particular pressure, and particular amount, the output would be fixed. वो तुम्हारे हाथ में नहीं रहेगा, right? So if you increase the temperature, the output will start changing, right? So do you notice all these temperature, pressure, amount are what? These are nothing but a constraints. These are nothing but a constraint. If you control them, then output is not in your hand. You can control the inputs, but at a particular limit only. ठीक है? अब इसको best way समझने का है by this example, which normally I always take in the class. Let me say I have few variables, a plus b plus c plus d plus e plus f, and this, it is equal to, let's say, 70. ठीक है? If you add these 6 numbers, you get answer as 70. What are a, b, c, d? A, B, C, D, E, and F are all the real numbers. They are real numbers. So they can take any values from minus infinity to plus infinity. Suppose if I assign some value, some random number to A. Let me assign, let's say 11 to A. I assign कुछ number बताओ B के लिए. Let's say you assign 9 to B. Assign something to C. Let me say I assign 453. Assign something to D. जल्दी से कोई भी नंबर है 68. Okay, assign something to E. 9. Assign something to F. 21. Okay, so सबके आंसर सही थे, सिर्फ ये वाला आंसर रॉन्ग है. पता है क्यों? What's your name? ऋतुजा का आंसर रॉन्ग है. Don't take it personally, but उसका आंसर रॉन्ग है. Why? Because if you add all these numbers, answer has to be 70. So once you have fixed the value, so तुमने A की value fix कर दी, B की value fix कर दी, C की value fix कर दी, D की value fix कर दी, E की value fix कर दी. Now you cannot fix the value of F. Value of F cannot be fixed. It has to be calculated. Why? Because when you add all these numbers, the answer has to be 70. How many variables I had? I had 6 variables, A, B, C, D, E, F. But how much freedom did I have? I had freedom only of 5, because once I give the value of 5 variables, the 6th variable is out of the hand. तुम उसको control नहीं कर पाओगे. And that is known as your degree of freedom. And that is why degree of freedom is n minus 1. जितने variables हैं, उनमें से किसी एक को तुम control नहीं कर पाओगे. ठीक है ना? n minus 1. देर तक सोना और क्लास टाइम पे आना, अगर ये 2 वेरिएबल हैं तो एक ही तुम कंट्रोल कर पाओगे. समझ रहे हो? लास्ट पर्सन, तुम समझ रहे हो? नहीं, तुम्हारे लिए है. So degree of freedom is n minus 1. You cannot control all the variables because you have some constraint. Over here we had 6 variables. So all 6 variables should add up to 70. Once you have given the value for first 5 variables, the 6th variable is not in your hand. It has to be calculated, or it is fixed. It is fixed. Is this point getting clear? What is degree of freedom? Degree of freedom, write one line. Degree of freedom is how many variable person In this case, the user can control. Okay, so I am getting some push on the chat. So Siddharth is saying, so can we say that each number of independent factors required to specify a system at equilibrium? Each number of independent factors. I will not say independent factor because there may be some relationship between the variables, but it is the number of variables you can control so that system is in equilibrium. Okay. Let me do one thing. Let's see our chi-square. Give me a minute. I'll go to the Google and let's find the. Guys, go to your this thing. Go to the Google. Google पे जाओ सब लोग. Open a browser. Browser open किया. Okay. Browser पे जाओ and just type your chi-square table. Remember, in your school days or college days, you might have seen how to see your log table, sine table, cos table. Same way, your Z table, ANOVA table, chi-square table. We'll see how to explore. Just mention chi-square table, go to the images, take any one of them. किसी पे भी क्लिक कर लो. अच्छा, okay, this seems to be little blurred. So numbers are a little small, but I want people to focus it once. So if you look from, is the paint window visible? If you look from top to down, can you notice it mentions your degree of freedom? Okay. To get the value, you need to see your x-axis also and your y-axis also. So what was my degree of freedom? My degree of freedom was 4. Hamara degree of freedom 4 tha. So it means I will start to travel on this line. मैं इस लाइन पे ट्रेवल करना स्टार्ट कर दूंगा. Okay, then what was my significance levels? My significance level was 0.05, or you can say 5% error margin. And can you notice significance level mentioned over here? What was my significance level? 0.05. To get the value, I need to have the intersection. और intersection part कौन सा आ रहा है? ये वाला part आ रहा है. ऊपर से देखा तो ये, left to right देखा तो ये. So this is how. So what is this 9.488? 9.488 is nothing but your, क्या बोलेंगे इसको? chi-square given value. ये given value जो टेबल से आ रही है, ये calculated value. ठीक है? At particular degree of freedom and significance level, this is your given value. Calculated value तो हमने already 18 point something निकाली with formula, right? So again, I repeat, from top to down, if you see your degree of freedom. Degree of freedom, you already know how to find n-1 into k minus n-1 into k minus 1. So n was 3, 3 minus 1 was 2, 2 into 2 was 4. So हमने 4 यहाँ पे देखा. And remember, error margin would always be fixed. You cannot just change it, right? So it was 0.05. So answer is 9.48. Now tell me, is it clear? ठीक है। अब सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट आने जा रहा है जो अब तक नहीं बताया गया है। When we use any software, कोई भी सॉफ्टवेयर यूज कर लो, whether it is R, Python, Excel, कुछ भी, ठीक है। These softwares will give you answers. They will give you answer in p values. Okay, they will give answer in p values. Remember, whenever you are doing hypothesis testing, what is your final aim? Your final aim is to decide whether to reject the null or fail to reject the null. यही होता है ना। At the end, I should be able to conclude whether null is rejected or we are not able to reject the null. So, answer, any software will give you answer in p values. What is p? P is nothing but your probability. P is nothing but your probability. Probability की range कितनी होती है? 0 to 1, including 0 and 1. So 0 is the probability for an event which can never ever occur, and 1 is the probability of an event which will always occur. So probability is always between 0 to 1. Normally, what do I take? I take error margin as how much? 5%. We take error margin as 5%. If nothing is given, you will always take it as 5%. 5% is written as nothing but your 0.05 in decimal. Software will give you the answer in p values. P is nothing but your probabilities. It means your answer would be within your 0 to 1, including 0 and 1. If p value, which is coming from your calculation, which software is giving, if p value is less than 0.05, always reject the null. इस लाइन को सब लोग नोट डाउन करेंगे और लाइफ टाइम के लिए याद रखेंगे। कुछ नहीं सोचना है, नोट सेकंड थॉट। अगर ये 0.05 से कम आ गई तो आंख बंद करना और नल को रिजेक्ट कर देना, प्रोवाइडेड यू हैव डिजाइन्ड योर नल प्रॉपरली। नो मशीन कैन डिजाइन द नल फॉर यू, इट कैन ओनली डू द कैलकुलेशन फॉर यू। इफ p value is less than 0.05, always reject the null. That's it, खत्म। एंड इसका उल्टा ठीक होगा, I'll say else fail to reject the null. Fail to reject the null. If it is greater than 0.05, null is still valid, you fail to reject the null. If p is less than 0.05, then always reject the null. That's it. No second thought. दुनिया इधर की उधर हो जाए, ये स्टेटमेंट चेंज नहीं होगा। इक्वल टू हुआ, उसका क्वेश्चन है अगर इक्वल टू हुआ तो क्या करेंगे, सोचो। तुमने कभी कॉइन को टॉस किया? कभी खड़ा आया? बताओ। अगर वो खड़ा आएगा तो क्या करोगे, हेड होगा या टेल होगा? मुझे पता है तुम्हें थोड़ा सा बुरा लगा, बट फिर भी मैंने जानबूझ के ट्विस्टेड एग्जांपल दिया ताकि तुम्हें याद रहे। अगर मैंने कॉइन को टॉस किया एंड इट कम्स स्टैंडिंग, देन व्हाट वुड यू डू? See, your question is valid, but at the same time it is invalid also, because remember, I have taken, when I was taking one example, तो मैंने एक example लिया था, what would be the rainfall, exact rainfall? याद आता है? What would be the exact rainfall? So when you say exactly 0.05, it is just one incident. But between what is the range of probability? Range of probability is between your 0 to 1. Between 0 to 1, it can take infinite number of combinations. So getting exactly 0.05 is 0. शायद ही कभी 0.05 आएगा, because you can do calculation not only till 1 digit after decimal or 2 digit, but 10 digits or 20 digits after decimal. So this question is kind of ruled out. What is the probability of getting exactly 0.9? अगेन इट इज 0। एग्जैक्टली जैसे ही तुम बोलोगे वो 0 हो जाएगी। तो स्लाइटली हायर और स्लाइटली मोर तो हमेशा ही होगी। ठीक है। सो इन दिस टेबल ऑल्सो कैन यू नोटिस they have given the numbers after till 3 digits, but it doesn't mean the calculation is only 3 digits. It can be 4 digit, 5 digit, 10 digit. Okay. So don't ever think कि अगर exactly 0.05 आएगी तो क्या होगा। आंसर इज अगर मान लो आ ही गई, then it means you cannot take any decision. You cannot take any decision. Cannot take any decision. Go back and again do the sampling, survey, whatever. फिर से करो, कोई कंक्लूजन नहीं आएगा। बट प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ गेटिंग पॉइंट एग्जैक्टली एनीथिंग वुड ऑलवेज बी 0। रिमेंबर मैंने एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल ऐसे भी क्रिएट किया था। लेट्स से दिस इज अ स्मॉल लाइन सेगमेंट A and B, and if you say I want to select exactly 1 point, then probability would again be 0, because on this small 1 centimeter line there can be infinite number of points. So selecting exactly 1 point would always be 0. I hope I answered your question. ठीक है guys, open your Jupyter notebook and let's do the write the same code. जैसे कोई एग्जैक्टली बोले ना तो दिमाग में बेल बज जानी चाहिए, हाँ इसका आंसर तो 0 ही है। इफ द डेटा इज न्यूमेरिक एंड कंटिन्यूअस। ओपन किया सबने? Okay. Let me also open. तो इतने सारे शीट बीट हो गए हैं, समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या है। PTMS जोशी ना, और दूसरा कौन था? कल्पेश 6। सो मैं तुम लोग को एक डेटा शेयर कर रहा हूँ, जस्ट क्विकली शेयर इट टू दिस। मिला है? Okay, please share it to everyone. Guys, I'm sharing one file. Name of the file is salary satisfaction. And let's rerun the very same example which we have taken. Let's create the same example. Let me know once you have read the file. सब लोग please same नाम लेंगे जो file का मैंने लिया, salary underscore satisfaction. Take the same name, read the file, let me know. Done, guys? सबने कर लिया? Now, this data is exactly the same data which we have taken, which we have discussed. So, if you notice, salary satisfaction, if I do something like this, salary satisfaction, and let me say service dot value counts, you will notice the same three things: good, excellent, poor. And if I say salary satisfaction dot salary dot value counts, you will notice the same thing. And if I say PD dot crosstab, PD dot crosstab, and if I do the same thing, सर्विस उसमें ऊपर था या नीचे था, क्या था? सर्विस ऊपर से आ रहा था, right? No, service was left to right. Salary was top to bottom. Okay, so then service and then salary. Can you notice the same table coming? 7, 9, 10, 31, 11, 9, 3, 12, and 8. Above wale code, to see, you guys can ignore the code at line number 5 and 6. Those are just for explanation purpose. Let me remove them. You go for this one, last one. Is it clear? Let's do one thing. Let's store this result in a table, tab 1. Let's store this result in a variable. Result store हो गया. So salary, service, excellent, good, poor, and high, low, medium. Take a minute and let me know, does this matches the original data which we have just discussed? क्या उससे match होता है? क्या ये same numbers हैं or are they different? Same है. Numbers may be little bit here and there, but the values are same. So value of excellent and high is 7, and if you see there also it would be 7. Value of good and high is 31, and there also it would be 31. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll just use my function. मैं एक function invoke करूंगा and our chi-square test is done. I'll say from scipy dot stats import Payaja import chi2 contingency. That's it. So that's it. You import this function instead of using sklearn. This time I'm using scipy, and then I say tab 1. What is tab 1? Tab 1 is nothing but my data, and it gives you the out. It gives you the out. That's it. My job is done. So what was my null hypothesis over here? Null over here was there is no relationship between salary given or salary paid and service offered. This was my null, and alternate was there is a relationship between salary given and service offered. Now, based upon these numbers, should I reject the null or should I fail to reject the null? थोड़ी देर के लिए भूल जाओ, तुम लोग को कैलकुलेशन पार्ट पता है. If you get only these numbers, should I accept the null or should I reject the null? Reject the null. Why? Value 0.09 आ रही, right? अच्छा guys, now एक second, सब लोग stop whatever they are doing. So at the end, do you notice it is returning you the 4 things? It is returning you 18.65. I hope people can guess. This is nothing but your calculated value, and this is your p value. This, what can this 4 be? Degree of freedom, and this is your array. Remember, observed minus expected whole square divided by expected. Check करो, देखो यही same numbers थे. This is nothing but your expected values, I guess. This is your expected values. Remember? Now what will happen? You may not remember what it is returning, but उसके लिए हमारे पास documentation है. Just read the documentation. It tells you. Can you see returns? Can you see returns? What it is returning? It is returning your chi2 value, which is nothing but your calculated value. Then it is returning your p value. P value is nothing but your probability value. Then it is returning your degree of freedom, and then it is returning your expected value. So whenever you are confused what a function is returning, always suggested is read the documentation. Check the returns part. It is returning these 4 values. Okay, in the very same order. In the very same order it is returning. So remember, I have said that if p value is less than 0.05, I will always reject the null. What is this p value? P value is 0.0091. Since p value is less than 0.05, I will reject the null. When you reject the null, alternate automatically comes to be true. So I will say there is a relationship between salary given and service offered. और सैलरी पेड है, सर्विस ऑफर्ड। सबको समझ में आ रहा है? Let's do one thing. Let's quickly automate this program. तुम लोग को बार बार I will make you even more lazy. ठीक है? So what was this value? This is nothing but your calculated value. So let me say calculated value. सब लोग प्लीज यहाँ पे देखो एक सेकंड. Calculated value. Then this is your P value. Then this is your DOF. Then this is your expected. Now, where is P value stored? So remember, this chi-square contingency is returning you 4 values. So on the left hand side of equal to, I have given 4 variables name. If you want, you can say A, B, C, D, whatever, but I have taken some logical name. So what is my P value? P value, if you see, it is storing the second output. It is storing the second output. Now let me do one thing. Let me say, if P value, or let me do one thing. Let me say DEF chi-square test, and it takes something, takes a table. ठीक है, टेबल के अंदर में हम इसे कॉल कर देंगे. Let's call inside the table. Then what I'll do is I'll take this thing, I'll put this thing instead of tab 1, let me put tab. Now I'll say if P value, if P value is less than 0.05, what I'll do, I'll say print since P value is less than 0.05, P value is less than 0.05, and let me exactly print the P value. So exactly P value would be this thing. Value हो गया था. P value. अरे यार क्या हो रहा है? We reject the null. We reject the null. And then let me add one more line. There is relation between two variables. And otherwise I'll say else. Else just copy करूंगा. I am good in copy paste. इधर डाल देंगे. Since P value is more than 0.05, we fail to reject the null. There is no relationship between the two variables. Function created. Everyone please have a look. So function created. Now in this function, what I will do, I will pass my this thing. You pass your which thing? You pass your TAB1, right? You pass your TAB1, which you have already created. And it directly tells you, since P value is less than 0.05, we reject the null. There is relationship between two variables. So ये हमने अपना खुद का एक फंक्शन बना दिया, ठीक है? But internally I am using again the same chi2 contingency only. Come on, fast, jaldi. Done. Done. समझ में आया पूरा? Okay. I am unhiding this so that लोग stop कर दें. Okay. मैं एक प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट बोलना चाहता हूँ. I want people to work on it. ठीक है? अटेंशन मैकेनिज्म था ये, ताकि सब लोग ब्रेक कर दें अपना अटेंशन. ठीक है? Now remember, एक फाइल है, क्रेडिट रिस्क करके एक फाइल है. ठीक है, जिसका हम लोग CR बोलते हैं. उसमें आर देयर फ्यू थिंग्स लाइक दिस थिंग. लेट मी से देयर इज वन कॉलम एजुकेशन करके कॉलम है. चेक इट. एजुकेशन करके कॉलम है. यस नो. देयर इज अ कॉलम एजुकेशन एंड देयर इज अ कॉलम एज लोन स्टेटस. नाउ you need to prove is there any relation between education and loan approved or rejected. तुम्हें ये prove करना है. Another thing which you want to prove is there any relation between credit history. Remember, there is one more column, credit history and loan approved or rejected. ठीक है, take 5 minutes and try proving it. And मैं किसी एक को पूछूंगा. I want people to write down the null first and use your software. I don't want manual calculation. Use your software. Is there any relationship between education and loan approved or rejected, or is there any relationship between credit history and loan approved or rejected? Read the file, do the coding, and let me know the conclusion. By 12:35 सबके पास आंसर रेडी होना चाहिए. It is 12:30 now. Now you will realize कि chi-square test important होता है, उसकी importance क्या है, and how to use it in your real life. I'll give you one hint, very simple. You have to read the five, write and cross level and pass it. Very simple. But then your confusion there. Show me your so cross level and there is a relationship. You reject it, and unless there is no relationship. So you are rejecting that. So this is the B. And this is the B. Education and no. Okay, so on your way to the education and no better. Show me your approach. कहाँ पे फाइल लिख क्या किया है? ये फाइल लिख के टेबल कहाँ पे क्रिएट किया? यहाँ पे क्रिएट किया, and then फंक्शन को यूज किया. Since we value 7.05, which is the relationship between where so three people are there. अरे कोड बनेंगे तुम्हारे पास टाई स्क्वायर टेबल तो है ओरिजिनल टाई स्क्वायर टेबल तो है उस फंक्शन में तो मैंने वैसे जब बनाया तब समझ गया ऊपर से डिस्कस कर लो अरे तुम्हारे पास वो कोड है ये वाला है तो उसमें बन गया तो पांच का that's it. Less than 0.05. So it means I will reject it null. And what would be the null? What would be the null in this case? No, there is no relationship between education and the known status. So if you reject this thing, it means there is a relationship between education and the known status. Okay, guys, so let me take this up. So what you will do, you will create one table, pd dot cross tab between cr dot CR dot education ना, CR dot education comma CR dot loan status. ठीक है ना? And store it in some variable. Let me say tab 2 or 3, and then you can see the tab 3 if you want. And if you want, then you can call this function. You call this function. Since p value is less than 0.05, we reject the null. There is relationship between two variables. And what were those two variables? Loan status and the education. It means there is some connection between your education and your loan getting approved or rejected. Now tell me any doubt, any questions, class? So even if you don't have this program, guys, even if you don't have this program, the main program is this program only, chi-square contingency, right? You can directly use this program and check the p-value. Check the p-value, and if p-value is less than 0.05, reject the null, else fail to reject. Clear? What about you? Clear? Tumhai? Last person. Clear? Code part, logic part, everything. Okay. Okay, fair enough. So now do you notice, did you got the idea how to use the chi-square test? So chi-square test can help you taking that decision, which variables are connected, which variables are related. So if you have to take any decision, you can trust on your chi-square, keeping in mind that these are categorical data. Okay, chalo, now let's move to the next part. Next part kaun sa hai? Next part is next test, ANOVA. I am giving you 5 minutes. जिसको जो भी doubt है या कुछ code करना है for chi-square, complete it, and then let's move towards your ANOVA. The forum is open for next 5 minutes. Any doubt, any questions related to chi-square, please put it up. Or if you are still doing some coding, complete it. And then we will move towards the ANOVA. क्या? You're saying something? E raised to, it means it is 0. E raised to minus 85 means decimal के बाद 85 zeros है. ठीक है? Can we move towards ANOVA, guys? Okay, let's start our another thing, that is our ANOVA. So ANOVA stands for your analysis of variance. Analysis of variance. So ANOVA is again your kind of your hypothesis testing. It is your again hypothesis testing. And in ANOVA also your null and alternate are fixed. You have a fixed null, you have a fixed alternate, and it is also kind of your right-tailed test. You will do the calculation, compare the calculated value with the given value. If the calculated value falls in the critical region, you reject the null. All those concepts will still be the same, right? See, many a times what people will do, they will confuse between ANOVA and chi-square. So iske theek samne, that is why I am writing chi-square, and I am trying to draw some parallels so that you never ever mix two things. Kabhi mix mat karna. Chances of mixing are quite high. In chi-square, you only have two variables. What were the two variables? In one of the example, two variables were salary and service. In another example, it was education and the loan status. In next example, it was credit history and loan status, right? Only two variables, right? But in ANOVA, you can have two or more, I'll not say variables, but samples. Kitne bhi samples ho sakte hain. Two or more means it can have n. It can have 3, it can have 4. Obviously, you will have 2. If you don't have 2, then there is no point doing the testing. You need at least 2 to do the comparison. So 2 or more sample. Both of them are right-tailed test, but in ANOVA, the data is normally numeric and continuous. ये सबसे बड़ा difference है. Remember, in chi-square test, your data was categorical. Education may be graduate, non-graduate was a category. Loan status again, it was a category. Though it was yes and no, whatever. Either you convert into 0 and 1, then also it's a category only, right? Same thing in your service and salary. Service had 3 categories and salary also had 3 categories. In ANOVA, your data would be numeric and continuous. Ye hoga numeric continuous. Okay, now let's write down what is null. Ab null thoda sa different hai compared to your chi-square. In chi-square, my null was there is no relation. Am I right? But yahan pe it is, I will not say relation, but I will say null over here is that mean of 2 or more samples are same. Inka mean same hai. And if null is fixed, alternate has to be fixed. I'll say mean or the variance is not fixed. Fixed. Sorry, is I will not say not fixed. It is not same. It is not same. Very correct. And again, it is a right test. So the null hypothesis in ANOVA is that mean of 2 or more samples are same. Alternate is mean are not same. Okay, it is your right tail test. Then I'll take an example. We'll see a calculation part, and then we'll use our Python to see all those things. Okay, but before we use any formula or whatever, let's try to understand कि ये करना क्या चाह रहा है. So when I'm saying that means are same, what do I wish to test? मेरे मन में क्या है, मैं क्या टेस्ट करना चाह रहा हूं? क्यों मुझे सैंपल्स को मीन आर सेम फॉर 2 or more samples, or 2 or more, you can say groups, the means are same. What do I wish to test? उससे क्या होगा?
डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चेक करेंगे.
रियल लाइफ प्रॉब्लम होगा ना, तभी तुम ये करना चाह रहे हो. What could be that real life problem? Yes, someone was speaking in online. Yes, please continue.
सर नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चेक करेंगे हम लोग उसको.
No. For checking normal distribution, I should not be using these complicated tests. I have many other ways. For checking the normal distribution, why do you want to compare the sample? Acha, before we use any formula, try building your understanding. So suppose you are living in a multi-story building. तुम एक multi-story building में रह रहे हो. You are staying on the 4th floor, and someone is staying on the 5th floor. Okay. And then probably there is 3rd floor also, 6th floor also, whatever. So let's say the person A is staying in the 4th floor, and in his kitchen basin, water जो आ रहा है, water is muddy. But the person living in the 5th floor, he is getting the clean water. Now, what do you think? Is the person living on 4th floor and 5th floor, are they getting the water from the same supply? Yes, क्यों? अगर same supply से है, तो एक को clean क्यों, एक को muddy क्यों? If 5th person is getting clean water and this one is getting muddy water, it means there is some change in the source. There is some change in the source. It can be whether your pipe is blocked or whatever, from somewhere else the water is coming. If the source was same, so let's say when the person is taking, you fill a cup of water over here and you fill a cup of water over here. So this cup is also a sample and this cup is also a sample. Am I right? If these two cups, if mean is not same, so it means the water quality should be same, amount of oxygen or whatever should be same everywhere in the 4th floor and 5th floor. If mean is not same, it means these two cups are getting the water from different sources. Will people agree to this point? Source में कुछ तो difference है. So what does this mean? This means if your means are same, then samples are coming from, now let me use instead of source, samples are coming from the same population. Samples are coming from the same population. If samples are same, samples are same, then it is coming from the same population. If mean is not same, then samples are taken from different population. So if you want to test, are these two samples coming from the same population? Probably the answer is ANOVA. ठीक है, suppose करो, let's say there are दो कुएं हैं, there are two wells, well A and well B. Then if you take a sample from this one and if you take a sample from this one, so what is this well B? Well B is nothing but a population, and well A is also a population. This is nothing but a sample of A. This is nothing but a sample of B. Now, suppose you don't know this is coming from your well A and well B, and someone asks you, are they coming from the same source? Then what you can do, you can run your ANOVA and you can say that are they coming from the same thing. If mean are same, it means they have taken from the same larger population. जब तक population change नहीं होगा, sample change नहीं होगा, if they are taken from the same population. Now, what would be the real life usage? Real life usage can be many, infinite. Suppose, let's say in year 2015, you have done a survey. You have done a survey of income on, let's say, some 100 crore Indians. So what is this 100 crore? This is 100 crore is nothing but your population. Now in 2022, again, you do the survey and you take the same approach. But probably, do you notice the changes itself might have happened in your population? पूरे 100 crore Indians की mean शायद change हो गया होगा. It might have increased or decreased. That is something different. But chances are there it might have changed or it might have not changed also. So what is this? So let's say in 2015, you have taken a sample of 1 lakh people. In 2022 also, you have taken a 1 lakh people. So what is this? This is nothing but a sample. This is also nothing but a sample. If population, if the dimensions of the population have changed, then dimensions of the sample would also change because sample represents the population. Now, if you compare the mean of 1 lakh people in 2015 and if you compare the mean taken in 2022, if these are same, it means the income hasn't changed for the Indians. अगर वो change कर गई है, it means it has changed for the population also. एक चीज हमेशा याद रखते हो ना, testing is done on sample, but conclusion is done on the population. ठीक है ना? And that is why we have a margin of error. ठीक है ना? Again, I write this thing. Remember this thing. Calculation or the testing is done on the sample, but conclusion is done on the population. And that is why you have margin of error. Because sample may or may not represent your exact population. ये चीज हमेशा याद रखना है ना. Conclusion is never on the sample. Conclusion is always on the population. जो बड़ी population है, जो that. अगर ठेले वाले के 2 आम अच्छे हैं, पूरा ठेले के आम अच्छे हैं, कैसा? तो ठेले के आम हो गए पॉपुलेशन, जो तुमने 2 खाए वो हो गया सैंपल. Calculation or the testing is done on the sample and conclusion is done on the population. Okay? Now, let me write the ANOVA in little technical terms. So ANOVA is your analysis of variance. The null hypothesis, HO, is that mean or the variance of 2 or more samples are same. Alternate is mean or the variance is not same. Example, Let me say I have 4 different samples. I repeat my statement. Let me say I have 4 different samples. Samples are A, B, C, and D. Then what would be the null? Null, if represented in terms of symbols, it would be mu A is equal to mu B is equal to mu C is equal to mu D, where mu stands for your mean, where mu is nothing but your mean. Some people call it as lambda also, that is your choice. I am habitual to calling as mu. Mu is nothing but your mean. So null is this thing. Alternate is at least one of them is not same. I am saying at least, mark my words, at least word use हो रहा है. कम से कम एक तो different हो. ठीक है? Now, to indicate the same thing, I can say mu A is equal to mu B is equal to mu C, but let's say mu C is not equal to mu D. Then again, HO is rejected. The best case scenario would be this. Mu A is not equal to mu B, is not equal to mu C, is not equal to mu D. In this also HO is rejected. But if any one of them, let's say mu A is equal to mu B, but mu B is not equal to mu C, and again mu C is equal to mu D, then also HO is. अगर कोई एक भी different हो गया तो पूरा null reject हो जाएगा. It doesn't mean that सबको अलग अलग होना है. If any one of them is not same, so I have taken few examples. I hope this gives you clear. Done till this point. I know तुम लोग break expect कर रहे होगे, but have some patience. Bear with me for next 30-40 more minutes, and then I'll announce it. Okay. Let's complete the calculation part and let's run it in the Python. Okay. Do one thing. Open one Excel file. अगर मन है तो. कोई mandate नहीं. See, anyway, in your real life, probably you are not expected to do it in manually. You will always have a software at your disposal. But since it's a theoretical class, I need to explain it how ANOVA is working. Okay. I will slowly put the numbers. I am expecting people will also do it along with me. I'll try to put it on the chat also if possible. Okay. Now, सब लोग प्लीज थोड़ा स्पीड बढ़ाओ अपने काम करने की, है ना? Can you see the data on the chat? Can you quickly put it on the Excel if you want to? If you think you want to create your documentation later on after going through the recording, that is also fine with me. Try understanding the calculation and the concept part. When I use Python, it would be as easy as your chi-square. एक function import करेंगे और calculation हो जाएगा. It will directly give you the answer in the p-values. Okay, now. Exactly same example मैंने channel पे भी डाला हुआ. If you want, you can refer it from there also. But as of now, let's try understanding it. ठीक है. So life time of the 4 electricity bulbs. So consider that there are 4 brands. There are 4 brands A, B, C, and D. You want to compare their effectiveness. कौन सा brand ज़्यादा अच्छा है? Or I'll not say कौन सा अच्छा है, but are these 4 brands same or not? Okay, let's do one thing. So there are 4 brands of bulbs or LEDs. 4 brands बोलो जल्दी जल्दी कौन से हो सकते हैं इंडिया में? Philips, okay. Cisco, ज्यादा बड़े बड़े स्पेलिंग मत बोलना, ठीक है। और सिस्का तो लिखा, विप्रो, हाँ विप्रो भी है, ठीक है। चलो विप्रो भी बल्ब बनाता ही है ना, बहुत कुछ बनाता है, ठीक है। सपोज करो देयर आर 4 डिफरेंट ब्रांड्स and 4 different brands I have taken as A, B, C, D. Now what is my null hypothesis? My null hypothesis is to compare the mean life. And जैसे मैंने mean life या mean performance बोलना, it means I want to do ANUVA. If I want to compare the mean life of each brand, then if you want to compare the mean life or if you want to do the comparison, obviously you will not take one bulb, you will take more than one bulb. Because sample should not be very less. Ideally, you should have taken much more, but in this example, I have taken 3. So I have taken 3 bulbs from your brand A. So the first bulb works for 20 hours, the next bulb works for 19 hours, the third bulb works for your 21 hours. Similarly, for your brand B, I have taken 3 samples, 25, 23, and 21. So पहला bulb 25 घंटे चलता है, next one works for your 23 hours and then 21 hours. ठीक है? Is the data clear to you? What is this? This is nothing but my sample data. Sample data, or you can say observed data. This is what you have observed. जो observe किया वो लिख दिया. Okay, this is your observed data. Let me know once you have done till this point. Observed data है now, or you can say this is also as your original data. Now what is the mean of each bulb? Mean of, let me do one thing, let me put it something like this. ध्यान से देखना, मैं रिपीट नहीं करूंगा. What is the mean of each brand? Mean of each brand. What is the mean of A? 20 plus 19 plus 21 divided by 3. तो इसका मीन कितना आ रहा है? इसका मीन आ रहा है 20. What is the mean for B? 25 plus 23 plus 21 divided by 3. Can you notice the mean is 23. What is mean over here? Mean over here is 22. Mean of D is 21. Let me know any doubt, any question till this point. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this thing. So this is nothing but your mu A, mu B, mu C, and mu D. This is mean of each brand. Clear है सबको यहाँ तक? Now let's move towards one thing, and let me say what is the grand mean. For grand mean, what I will do, I will add these 12 numbers and divide it by 12. नीचे mean दिखता है 21.5 लिख के आ रहा है. Average is 21.5. So what is your grand mean? Grand mean is your 21.5. ठीक है, grand mean. So grand mean, I am denoting it by mu x. Grand mean, I am denoting by mu x. If you add these 12 numbers divided by 12, you get 25. So that becomes your grand mean. Mu A is mean of your brand A, mu B for brand B, mu C for brand C, and mu D for brand D. बहुत सिंपल कैलकुलेशंस है. आगे थोड़ा मुश्किल. Calculation part is very easy. Only thing is number of symbols will come. Clear? Okay, now let's move further. Let me take the difference between mean of various sample and square it. Let's take the difference between various sample and square it. So difference between various sample and square it. So mu A minus mu x. So what is mu A minus mu x? Mu A, the value of mu A is 20. Mu A की value 20 दिख रही है सबको? Mean of mu A minus mu x. So it means 20 minus 20. Over here, I'll say this would be 20 minus this thing. And then this thing. So value of x will change, but value of mu a will not change. सबको ये वाला फॉर्मूला याद आता है, x minus mu upon st याद आता है. So x minus mu की वैल्यू सेम रहती थी, x की वैल्यू चेंज होती थी, right? So what I've done over here is mu a minus mu x. So value of mu a is 20. So mu a minus mu x. So mu x would be 20 over here, and then it will become 90. Mu x will become 90, and then mu x will become 21. Then what I will do? I will do the square. So what is the square of 0? Square of 0 is 0. Square of 1 is 1. Square of minus 1 is 1. So what is this? इसको अगर मैं लिखूं, so this is nothing but something like this. Mu a minus mu x into mu a minus mu x. Okay. Is this thing getting clear? Mu a minus mu x लिखा ना, mu h, sorry, mu x is 21.5. Guys, my mistake, my mistake. So it is 21.5. ठीक है. एक सेकंड सब लोग प्लीज इसे डिलीट कर दो. Mu a minus mu x. ठीक है. और जब mu x की वैल्यू यहाँ पे फिक्स हो गई ना, mu a minus mu x, so it would be mu a minus mu x. Okay. So it would be 20 minus 21.5. So this would be how much? This would be your 20 minus 21.25. एक second. Let me write it first. So since I wrote the previous numbers were wrong, so let me write it. Okay, see guys. Again, please ignore the previous statement. I am doing mu a minus mu x. What is the value of mu a? Value of mu a is 20. Value of mu x is 21.5. That is your grand total. Okay. Then what I will do? I'll say in this column, I'll take the square. This into this. This into this. So 20 minus 21.5 would be 1.5, right? And 1.5 का square कितना हो जाएगा? 2.25. The same thing I will get for all of them. Okay. Same thing I'll get for all of them. Now, can I, this is for, what was this? This was for between your mean of A and grand mean.
सर वो 19 है वैल्यू.
क्यों नहीं? क्यों 19 रहेगा? अभी हमने म्यू ए माइनस म्यू एक्स किया ना. म्यू ए की भी वैल्यू तो फिक्स है ना. म्यू ए की वैल्यू भी तो फिक्स है. इट इज 20 ओनली ना. See, I am not talking about x. I am not talking about this thing x. I am talking about mu a. Mu, what is the value of mu a? Value of mu a is 20 only, right? And value of mu x is 21.5. So तीनों में same number ही आएगा. अच्छा थर्ड. ओहो, मैंने 21 नहीं डाला था. जस्ट स्क्रॉल करते टाइम ऐसा हो गया. अच्छा मैं तो अपने हॉटस्पॉट से कनेक्टेड था तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगा मुझे. Guys, please get connected. Get connected. Don't think कि मैं ब्रेक अनाउंस करने वाला हूँ. Get connected. जब तक ये कंप्लीट हो गया एक लॉजिकल एंड नहीं जाएगा. Have some patience. भूख को बर्दाश्त करना. Connected? Everyone got connected? Yes. Again, let me repeat, guys. So basically, it should not have been 21, but I think when I did a drag down, so value got changed. I think. So mu a, value of mu a is fixed, that is a 20. Value of mu x is fixed, that is a 21.5. So these numbers would be repeated 3 times. So over here, I've taken between a and grand mean. Similarly, I will do between b and grand mean. So what is the value of mu b? Value of mu b is 23. Okay. So if I take something like this, if I copy this thing and put it over here, instead of mu a, let me say mu b. What is mu b? Value of mu b is 23 and value of mu x is 21. So it would be, this time I scroll down nahi karunga, I'll just say 23 minus 21.5. Okay. And I'll copy this thing, put it over here. So 23 minus 21.5. So 23 minus 21.5 is nothing but 1.5. And 1.5 ka square kitna hoga? 2.25. So again, I'll have a 2.25. 2.25. Sabka tak samjh mein aaya? Let me check the base sheet. Same calculation. And let's do the same thing for our mu c minus x. So what is the value of mu c? Value of mu c is 22 and value of mu x is 21.5. So 22 minus 21.5 would be, can I directly write the 0.5 over here? 0.5 and then again 0.5. And then if I take the square would be 0.25. 0.25, 0.25, 0.25. Same thing I will repeat it for mu d and mu x. What is the value of mu d? Value of mu d is 21 and value of this is 0.25. So again, your 0.5. So see, basically whether you say minus 0.5 or 0.5, answer would be same because anyway I'm going to do the square. Baad mein main square kar raha hu, right? So again, it would be 0.25, 0.25 and 0.25. Let me check the base data. Okay. All right. Now let's find the sum. So what is the sum of this column? Sum of this column is how much? Sum of this column is 6.75. So 6.75. What is sum of this column? Sum of this column is again 6.75. What is sum of this column? This is 0.75 and then again 0.7. सबको यहाँ तक समझ में आया? Sum. Now what is this sum? This sum is nothing but if I add all these numbers. अब सब लोग ध्यान से देखो एक second. If I add all these numbers which I am marking in yellow, तो आंसर कितना आता है? Answer is your 15. Can you notice? Sum is 15. नीचे दिखता है? Sum is 15. This is 15. And what is this? This is known as your SSC. SSC. SSC is nothing but your sum of squares. Probably when we go to our linear regression, you will understand why do we take squares. Squares का advantage क्या होता है? आज ही समझ में आएगा. Sum of squares. If not today, then probably tomorrow when we complete linear. So this is sum of square. Let me know any doubt how I got 15. 15 तक हम कैसे पहुंचे? कोई doubt? Because I don't want anyone to say कि please starting से बताओ. नहीं, वो नहीं होगा. अगर यहाँ तक समझ में नहीं आया, I can repeat this process. कि कैसे आया? Numbers धीरे-धीरे डाले हैं with time, so it should get clear. But still, if anyone is not clear, let me know. How did we got till this 15? Clear है? Calculation थोड़ा लंबा है, but formulas are not that big. So this was your step 1. This was your step 2. So let me mark this as. Step 1 था, and this is your step 2. Now let's move towards the step 3 and 4 and all those steps. Now take the variance between the sample. Now let's take the variance between the sample. Step 3. Take the variance between the sample. So what I've done, I'm saying A minus mu A. Now that thing will come. जो तुम लोग को थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूज करी थी ना. Now A minus mu A will come. A minus mu A. What is the value of mu A? Value of mu A is 20. A minus mu A. Now what I will do, I will say 20 minus 20. So 20 minus 20 is 0. 19 minus 20 is minus 1. 21 minus 20 is 1. And then again you take the square of it. जो पहले step मैंने कर दिया था. So that is your 0. That is your 1. And that is your 1. So if I have done A minus mu A, let's similarly repeat for B minus mu B. What is the value of mu B? 23. So 25 minus 23 is nothing but 2. 23 minus 23 is 0. 21 minus 23 is minus 2. Okay, let's write minus 2. So minus 2, and then again we do the square. So square कितना जाएगा? 4, 0, 4. So since I have done for B and mu B, let's do it for C and mu C. वैसे मैंने देखा है हम लोग भूखे रहते तो ज्यादा दिमाग चलता है. ठीक है. Mu minus mu C. So what is the value of mu C? Value of mu C is 22. So 24 minus 22. So 24 minus 22 is 2. Then what was the value? 20. 20 minus 22 minus 2. Then 0. 22 minus 22 is 0. If you take the square, then it becomes your 4, 4 and 0. Let's repeat quickly, do it for a D also. So I'll say D minus mu D. What was the value of mu D? Mu D was 21. So 23 minus 21 is 2. And then what was the next number? So 20 minus, यहाँ पे मैंने दोनों जगह 20 20 लिखा हुआ है. Okay. So 20 minus 21 and 20 minus 21. So both would be minus 1 and minus 1. इतना part clear है? What I'll do, I'll paste it on the chat if someone wants to copy it. हाँ, स्क्वायर कर. हमने स्क्वायर किया, इसका भी नहीं किया. नहीं, डी का नहीं किया. राइट. लेट्स डू द स्क्वायर फर्स्टली. गुड वन. So it would be 4, 1 and 1. Right? 4, 1, 1. Take it from the chat if you want. Those who are building the Excel sheet. Okay. Now if I take the sum of these squares, remember over here also I've taken the sum of these squares. Over here also let's take the sum of these squares. Sum of the square is 2 over here. And sum of the square is 8 over here. And over here it is how much? Again 8. And over here it is 6. Now if I add all these numbers, then what is the answer? So 10 plus 8, 24. So this becomes your 24. Again, does it matches? So 24. This 24 is indicated as your SSE. Okay? SSE, sum of square within the sample. Sum of square अच्छा, before we move anything further, let's see कि ये दो अलग अलग स्क्वायर्स क्यों निकाले. What is the difference between them? I am not talking about formula. ये अलग अलग क्या सिग्निफाई करते हैं. जरा ध्यान से देखो. Can you notice I have taken in step 2 and step 3, I have taken a approach. What does these numbers, दो अलग अलग बार स्क्वायर करना, मीन निकालना, क्या मतलब है? Don't think in terms of formula, think in real life. में जरा सोचो ये क्या इंडिकेट करता है. One is across the sample, one is within the sample. अच्छा, so I think people are little bit struggling. Paint window दिखता है? दिख रहा है? अच्छा ना. Let's take a very simple example to make you guys understand. So over here, see one thing. In the step number 2, what I have done, I have taken mu A and mu X. What is mu A? Mu A is mean of A. And mu X is your grand mean, total mean. Now, suppose, tell me one thing, एक चीज को ध्यान से देखना, and that will answer that question. Suppose instead of this 21, instead of this 20, let me mark this number in some different color. Let's say instead of this 20, let's say this was 30. Let's say instead of 20, this was 30. Tell me one thing, will the mean of A change? Will the mean of A change? Yes. Will the mu X change? Grand mean change karega? Obviously, yes, it will change. Because in grand mean, you are adding all these 12 numbers and dividing by 12. Grand mean will change. But will the mean of B change? No. B ka mean change nahi karega. Will the mean of C change? No. Will the mean of D change? No, it will not change. Now, can you get a connect? Can you get a connect? So when, let me again change back to the original number. So over here, I am finding mu A and mu X. So if the value of A, if there is any change in the value, if the values of A would have been different or B would have been different, then mu would have been different. Mu X would have been different, right? But in the step 3, no matter, instead of these numbers, if I had, let's say, even 200, or I had 180, or I had some another number, any other number, let me say, the variance of sample B, sample C, and sample D would have remained the same. Because you are talking about mu B minus mu B. Within brand B, how much is the variance? Within brand C, how much is the variance? And within brand D, how much is the variance? Right? So even if the variance in A changes, it doesn't changes the C, D, or B. And over here, you are capturing the total variance. Itna samajh mein aa raha hai? What is within and what is across? What is within and across? Isko kuch aisa samjho. Let me say the performance of a team. And let me say there are two players, A and B. Performance of a team will depend upon both A and B. But performance of A will depend upon A only. उसका B से connection नहीं होगा. So over, but within the performance of A, there would also be some variance. A की performance हर बार तो same नहीं होगी. कभी अच्छी होगी, कभी खराब होगी. And कभी अच्छी, कभी खराब would impact the overall performance. And same thing will happen with your B. Right? One is you measure the performance of Indian team, and another is you measure the performance of each and every player. So performance of each and every player will obviously impact the performance of Indian team. Right? So that is, I'm finding that two different things. Okay. Is this thing getting clear? Ideas getting clear? Okay. ये क्या है? Now let's move to the step number 4. बस आप समझो एंड आने ही वाला है. ठीक है. स्टेप नंबर 4 बस कंक्लूजन पढ़ा रहा है. ये थोड़ा सा लंबा है. लास्ट स्टेप है. ठीक है. सोर्स ऑफ वेरिएशन. ठीक है. लेट मी ड्रॉ द सोर्स ऑफ वेरिएशन. Source of variations. Okay. So between the sample and within the sample. Now let me quickly. Between the sample and within the sample. Can you notice? So this SSC was 15. This was nothing but this same number which I had got, right? And then this was your 24. So source of variation itna ho gaya. Now DOF. What is DOF? DOF is nothing but your degree of freedom. Degree of freedom. Degree of freedom ka standard formula. D1 is 4 minus 1 is 3 and 12 minus 4. So basically I am having 2 degrees of freedom, or I'll not say 2 degrees of freedom, but 2 different degrees of freedom. So what is your D1? D1 is nothing but it is equal to C1, C minus 1. D1 is nothing but equal to C minus 1. What is C? C is number of columns. How many columns? Number of columns is mapped to your number of your brands. हर एक ब्रांड के लिए एक अलग कॉलम था. For number of columns are mapped to your number of brands. So this would be 4 minus 1. That is your equivalent to 3. 4 minus 1 equivalent to 3. Now this one, what is D2? The second degree of freedom is N minus C. N minus C. What is N? N is your total sample size, or you can say total number of records. इस table में total number of records कितने? 12 है. 4 column and 3 rows. So 4 3s are 12. So there are 12 records over here. So I'll say 12 minus how many columns I have? I have 4 columns. ठीक है. Each column for 1 column for each brand. So it becomes your 8. 3 by 3 and 8. MSC and MSE. This is equivalent to your, this is equivalent to your SSC divided by D1. This is equal to SSE divided by D2. What was SSC? SSC was how much? SSC was 15. So I can say equal to 15 divided by how much? 3, and this would be 24 divided by 8. So 15 divided by 3 is, I think, 5 only. And 24 divided by 3 is 3. 24 divided by 3 is 3. Now I will calculate the F ratio. F ratio is nothing but MSC divided by MSE, which is nothing but 5 divided by 3, which is equivalent to 1.6666. This is equivalent to 1.6666. So now this 1.666, remember, I compare the calculated value with the given value. So this 1.666 is the final calculated value. ये आ गई calculated value. Now question is, what is given value? भाई given value क्या है? Calculated value is 1.666. Question is, what is the given value? Any doubt, any question? Given value, again, I will check it from my table. Table से देख लेंगे. Let me know once you have done these things, and then we will explore our table, how to see the table. एक बार तो लाइफ में देख ही लो. बाद में you have Python with you. Bas 5 more minutes and then you can have your break. We will do coding after the break. Then guys, okay, do one thing. Go to your browser and try and open a Google page. And mention your this thing. Instead of chi-square, just mention your ANOVA table. ANOVA table डाल दो. And go to your images or whatever. Okay. So take any slice. Okay. Now, I'll just put it on the paint window. Achha, now I hope people understand one thing. To get anything from the table, you need two values. One on the x-axis, another on the y-axis. The intersection part gives you the values. So on the x-axis, what you will take? You will take the value of D1. On y-axis, you will take the value of D2. Error margin is already, I am taking 0.05, which is nothing but your 5% error margin. What is the value of D1? Value of D1 कितना था? 3 the value of D2 was 8. 3 and 8. So 3 से नीचे जाना चालू करो और 8 से इधर आना चालू करो. 4.07. Very simple. D1 on your x-axis and D2 on your y-axis. Take the intersection. This is your 4.7. Is this calculated value or given value? Given value. This is your given value. Calculated value कितनी थी? 1.666. It is a right tail test. So what will happen? So I think someone has unmuted. Guys, please go on mute. Okay, he has gone. So what is your Vaishnavi Kadam? Okay, okay, no problem. 4.07 was my given value. So 4.07 would be over here, and 1.66 would be somewhere on the left hand side. Right tail test है. So critical region यहाँ पे होगा. So this value falls in your region of acceptance. So when the value is in region of acceptance, we accept the null, or you can say we fail to reject the null. We fail to reject the null. In short, it means null is still valid. Null is still valid. Now, what was the null? What was the null in this scenario? The null in this example was mean life of all the 4 different brands of bulb is same. Am I right? यही तो रहा होगा इसका null. Mean life of all the 4 different brands of bulb is same, and alternate would have been not same. But since I am saying null is still valid, it means this statement is holding true. What does this mean? This means तुम इन चारों में से कोई भी कंपनी का बल्ब बाय कर लो, कोई फर्क नहीं. ठीक है? You go ahead and buy any brand. Mean life would be same. All 4 are equally good or equally bad. They are same. That is what the final conclusion is. Now take your break. I'll announce a 30-minute break. So it is 1:40. Let's meet by 2:10. Okay. After break, we will see how to run our ANOVA in Python. Take a half an hour break. And I am really thankful सबने support किया, थोड़ा भूख पे control किया.
ठीक है 992 580 336 26 307 715 5
30 minutes हो गए नहीं हुए हो गए ओके देन लेट्स स्टार्ट everyone please go on mute check at your end whoever is not muted Siddharth go on mute let's wait for 2 more minutes and then we'll start 30 minutes से बहुत ज्यादा हो गया ना 2:10 मैंने बोला था ना that's already 2:17 people have taken around 40 minutes break they should be back Siddharth go on mute others in meanwhile open your same Jupyter notebook and we will see the examples of okay so it's already 2:20 and let's get started so ANOVA okay let's take the very same example which we have discussed right now and let me do one thing I'll just copy this thing and you have this thing so can you notice this is the same data which we have taken for our example purpose. So I'll put this on the chat. Those who want to take it from the chat, quickly create your data. So bulb live, A, B, C, D. Do the number match. Number match kar raha hai? Check karo apna Excel sheet. They are definitely matching. And let's see whether we get the same kind of calculated value or not. So what do I'll say? I'll say the null over here is HO is mean life of each brand of bulb is same. Those who have joined remotely, guys, please confirm if I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Siddharth, for confirming. So basically at line number 21, what I've done, or at line number 20, what I've done, I have created my data, sample data. Sample data is being fetched in my the same. So HOS, mean life of each brand of bulb is same. And let's see our HA. What is our alternate hypothesis? Alternate mean life is of each bulb is, let me say, is not same. Now rest everything is very simple. So just import your ANOVA from scipy.stats, import your F1-way ANOVA. And in this, what I will do is, what is bulb life? Bulb life is the name of my data frame. So bulb life.a, comma bulb life of B, comma bulb life of C, comma bulb life of D. So what is ABCD? ABCD is the name of your columns. That's it. And your test is done. Do you notice that the calculated value is same what we got 1.666? Dikhta hai? And over here it has directly given you the p value. P value is 0.250. So is this value less than 0.05 or more than 0.05? It is more than 0.05. We reject the null when the value is less than 0.05. But over here the p value is more than 0.05. So what is the conclusion? We fail to reject the null, which in short means null is still valid. So kya samajh mein aaya? Do you notice it is very simple? Import your F1-way ANOVA and pass your all these samples. How did I pass the sample? So what is bulb life? Bulb life is the name of your data frame and ABCD are the name of your columns. That's it. Bas. Theory part took an hour, but coding part is just 1 hour. Just one. Take your time. Let me know once you've done. So data frame, you can already take from the chat. I have pasted the data frame on the chat window. How many people have done it? किस किसका हो गया? Done? समझ में आ रहा है सबको? From scipy.stats, import your F1-way ANOVA, and then rest everything is very simple. And the conclusion over here would be, since p value is more than 0.05, we fail to reject the null. This, in this example implies mean life for all the 4 different brands is same. ये final conclusion हो गया. Let me see what guys are doing. Then guys, सबको समझ में आया? How to use it in Python? इतना समझ में आया? Yes or no? Yes ना? पक्का? अब एक छोटा सा काम मेरे लिए करो. क्या काम करोगे? काम तो सिंपल है, बट कर दो तो अच्छी बात है. अच्छा चलो. नाउ प्रॉब्ली तुम्हारे मन में डाउट आ रहा होगा, डाउट नहीं, क्वेश्चन आ रहा होगा क्या फायदा है एनोवा का. ना फायदे बहुत हैं. When you will build the model, और जब तुम्हारा करियर बिल्ड होगा, you will realize ANOVA and chi-square are heavily used. Now, suppose everyone stop whatever they are doing. Let's focus over here. So over here, I have one column education, and I have another column as income. Does education plays any role in the income? Let me say I have this question. Has education any role in income. Suppose करो ये question आ गया. Then how would you prove it? कैसे prove करोगे? कुछ लोगों के माइंड में some people might be thinking मैं group by डाल दूंगा. ठीक है, fair enough. Let's say हम group by डाल देते हैं. Group by based upon the education, and then I'll say applicant income dot mean. Fair enough. And if you want, you can say round also. That is your wish. So the mean income of graduate is this much, and the non-graduate is this much. So what do you say? Is the income playing some role? Yes or no? Why yes? Why yes or why no? Mean income of graduate is more than mean income of non-graduate. But how much more? So let's say over here, try understanding what I'm trying to convey to your brain. अपने brain को थोड़ा सा relax करो and open it for the new ideas. So these are the two different means. You are saying mean of the graduate is more than non-graduate. Fair enough. ठीक है. I agree to your point. Means are different. Or means of graduate is more than this thing. Let me say the means were something like this. Let me say this was the mean income of graduates and this was for your non-graduate. Now what would you have said? Are the means same? Why no? Because means are close by. How much close? Or how much far? How much close or how much far they should be so that you say that it is significant or it is not significant. कैसे conclude करोगे? So according to me, 5602 and 3701 are same. Or according to me, 5602 and 5590 are also close by. So depending upon, let me say, so over here you are saying 5602 and 3501. What is the difference between these two numbers? दोनों के बीच का difference कितना है? Let's quickly find it out. So this minus 3701, 1901. So you are saying difference is around 1900. That is why means are different. Can I say? For short term. But let me say if mean incomes were this much. Let me say mean income for graduate was this much. 676,664. And mean income for non-graduate was, calculate करके डाल देते हैं, this minus 1901. Let me say mean income of non-graduates were this much. Now what would you say? Just see these two numbers. बाकी सब हटा देता हूँ. Focus only on this one line. Focus only on this one line. Are the mean same or are the mean different? क्या इनमें बहुत difference है? नहीं. So basically what I want to convey is this 1901 was subjective. It was subjective to your base. Difference was subjective to your base. So if your base was 4 digit, then 1901 seems to be significant. But if your base is of 7 to 8 digit, then 1901 is a very small difference. बात समझ में आ रही सबको? So when you are using the group by is subjective to the person who is seeing. Whether you take it as significant or you don't take it as significant. Whether you consider means to be almost same or not to be same. Why? Because keep one thing, you are doing testing on the sample and there would be some variation. Now, can you prove the same thing? Has education any role in income? Can you prove approve or reject the same thing statistically using some kind of test, which is not dependent upon the person, which is not dependent upon the base. Income 3 digit ho ya 10 digit ho, conclusion would be fine. Can you prove it statistically? I'll give you one hint. Answer is ANOVA. Apply karo. Question is clear? Yes or no? Question is clear? I want to check if education has any role in the income. Yes or no? Or basically, do graduates and non-graduates have any significance in the income? पता लगा के बताओ. Prove it statistically. जिसको दुनिया की कोई ताकत मना ना कर सके. तुम लोग तो सब ग्रेजुएट हो, जरा पता लगा. अब तो तुम लोग के ईगो को भी चैलेंज कर दिया. अब तो प्लीज पता लगा ही लेना. लंच ब्रेक भी मिल गया है. शुगर लेवल भी हाई होंगे बॉडी में. कुछ लोगों ने खाने का चाय भी पी है. ठीक है, सारे पैरामीटर्स हैं. Does education has any role in the income? पता लगा के बताओ. पता लगाओ पढ़ाई लिखाई का कोई फायदा है कि नहीं. वरना चलो हम लोग ऐसा लेबर वाला खेती मजदूरी. Are you helping her or taking help from? खुद करो. Anyone who has done it? Siddharth, so Siddharth is pasting something. Siddharth, see, you are saying p-value is 1.2856. I don't know how you are getting p-value is 1.2586.
Sir, 1.285 e to the power minus 149.
पेस्ट करो. कितना आ रहा है? Check it how I have done in cases of bulb. Bulb के केस में मैंने कैसे किया है? I have passed two different columns. You need to pass two different columns. But both the columns were उसने आंसर कैसे देखा मैं यही सोचता हूँ. So did you convert graduate and non-graduate to 0 and 1? Yes. इसीलिए आंसर किया. Otherwise no answer. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. Check. सोचने की बात है अगर ये कितना सिंपल होता तो मैं देखता. दो कैटेगरीज की इनकम पास करो. अब यहाँ पे ना तुम्हारी पांडास की थोड़ी नॉलेज लगने वाली है. So Siddharth, even your answer is wrong.
Okay.
Or if you want, you can put your code. Then probably I can would be 100% sure whether it's correct or not. What if you can put this thing where I have done my F1 where Nova. If you can put this corresponding line, then I can for sure confirm whether it's right or wrong. What is A over here, Siddharth? A is the name of your data frame. Okay, okay. Then it's wrong. Okay. अब सब लोग प्लीज यहाँ पे देखो कैसे होगा ये. Let's go back to the very same example. Let's go back to the very same example. What was this bulb life A? This was the name of a column, am I right? This column contains the numeric data. Bulb life B. What was bulb life B? Bulb life B was also numeric data. Do you notice? And what is A, B, C, and D? What is A, B, C, and D? These are the categories. For each category, I had one column. It means you need to have two columns. One column should be income column, but only for the graduates. Another should be income column, but this time it should be for non-graduates. So input should be income column, income for grads, and income for non-grads. ये डेटा जब डालोगे तो आंसर आएगा. तो डालो. Income for grads and income for non-grads. You need to have two different columns. As of now, you are passing category and the income. I want two income column, one for grad, another for non-grad. अब ये चीजें तुम लोग पहले भी कर चुके हो. You have created different data frames. So what I'll do is, everyone please have a look. So let me say graduate data frame. So what I'll do, I'll say CR and I'll say CR dot education equal to, what are the values it takes? It takes two values, graduate and non-graduate. So graduate. Copy this, put it over here, and let me say non-graduate data frame. Double equal to, because I'm comparing. Okay. In my CR data frame, how many records I have? सब लोग please एक second यहाँ पे देखो. Stop recording. I have 981 records. In my graduate data frame, how many records I have? 763. In my non-graduate data frame, how many records I have? 218. So what is this graduate data frame? It will contain only those people who are graduate. जिसको अभी भी मेरे ऊपर डाउट है, क्या करो, यहाँ पे आके इसको चेक कर दो. डॉट हेड, क्लोज इट यार. डॉट हेड, and you can see some few records. You will notice all are graduates. Otherwise, those who are still not convinced, you can run your value count functions also, and you will see only graduates are appearing. Okay. So let me again come back over here, and I'll remove all the other things. Those were for explanation purpose. So what did I do? I created two data frame, one for your graduates, another for your non-graduate. Now everything is very simple. I'll copy this thing, F1 way ANOVA, और मैं क्या पास कर दूंगा इसमें? I'll pass graduate data frame dot applicant income and non-graduate data frame dot applicant income. Now you get the result. What is this value? This value is this much. This value is, in a way, what is this value? This value is 0.000. It has -5, right? So 0.004 and 1, then 126. So this value is less than 0.05. It means I will reject the null. I will reject the null. Let me complete and then you do, guys, do according. I'll reject the null. What was the null in this scenario? The null in this scenario was mean incomes are same. Remember, sample means are same. So it would have been mean incomes or mean income of graduate and non-graduate are same. But since you are rejecting the null, it means mean income are not same. अब ये prove हो गया है statistically. No one can deny. How did I do that? I have created two different data frame. One contains only the income for grads, another for non-grad, and pass it in your F1 by ANOVA. किसी ने ये approach ली थी? Anyone who has taken this approach? No. Then everyone was wrong. (32) है. Is it clear to everyone? सबको समझ में आया? 9 वैल्यू आ रहा है? नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं आया. I think you have done your data cleaning in a different manner. Data cleaning में कोई issue. Directly read your file and run this thing. No need for any data cleaning. Okay. अब थोड़ा सा लाइटर एग्जांपल लो एंड चेक बेस्ड अपॉन द सेम CR डेटा चेक करो. Check if the world is gender biased or not. चेक करके बताओ प्लीज. जेंडर बायस है कि नहीं है? So what you will do? You will take male and female, right? अगर जेंडर बायस है तो दोनों की इनकम डिफरेंट आएगी, अगर बायस नहीं है तो सेम आएगी। देखो दुनिया कुछ सुधरी है, अभी भी खराब है। So what's the conclusion? Is it same or not same? Not same? पक्का? तुम लोग डरा रहे हो सकता है भाई, दुनिया का क्या भरोसा। ठीक है, लेट मी क्रिएट टू डेटा फ्रेम T1 एंड T2। ये लिख लेते हैं CR जेंडर इक्वल टू मेल। कैसा है? कैपिटल एम एल ई, ओनली कैपिटल एम, MALE, okay, MALE, and how is female? Capital FEMALE, female. I think I have written right spelling. Res, okay, copy कर लो, इधर डाल दो, इसकी जगह T1 डाल दो और इसकी जगह डाल दो D2। 0.075, so it's more than 0.05 ना, so it means means are same। It means दुनिया सुधरी हुई है, थोड़ा सुधर गई है, एटलीस्ट जहां का ये सर्वे डेटा है। सो मीन इनकम ऑफ मेल एंड फीमेल आर सेम। ANOVA clear? ओके मैंने कभी ये बताया हाउ टू सी द Z टेबल्स? बताया ना? Z टेबल्स के कोई एग्जांपल है? प्लीज देखो क्या एग्जांपल है। हाउ टू सी द Z टेबल? So like your ANOVA table and chi-square table, have I taught you how to see the Z tables? Yes. Example of what was the example? Okay, Karava, right? So you, in short, you know how to see the Z table also, and I have covered how to see your ANOVA also and how to see your chi table also. ठीक है? In ANOVA and in chi-square, the most recommended part is remember the null hypothesis. If you remember the null, you also remember the alternate. उसको confuse नहीं करना. Even if you don't remember the formulas exactly, no problem. But because formula तुम्हें needed नहीं है when you are using your software, ठीक है? But no software can tell you what should be your null. ठीक है ना? So try remembering your null and alternate in your chi and ANOVA. ठीक है? Probably sometime people may ask you also. उस दिन तुम्हें कैसे समझेगा? उस दिन तुम्हें इस क्लास को याद करना है कि सर ने कैसे समझाया था. अगर कैटेगोरिकल वेरिएबल्स हैं तो chi स्क्वायर जाएगा. अगर numeric data, do you notice this? All these examples were numeric. Don't get confused that graduate and non-graduate is a category. It is category, but you can take graduate as your bulb A and non-graduate as your bulb B. And you can take graduate as one sample, non-graduate as another sample. And the data over here is numeric and continuous. So fit case for ANOVA. If you have categories, then go for your chi square. इतना याद रखो कि chi square में हमारा इनपुट क्या होता है? हमारा इनपुट होता है PD dot cross tab. इस पे PD dot cross tab is not possible. It is a numeric and continuous data. Okay. So based upon that you will decide. ठीक है ना? उस दिन इस क्लास को याद करना and with experience obviously you will remember कौन सा टेस्ट जाएगा. आज का क्लास टाइम मैंने कितना डाला था? 3:30 या 3 डाला था? 3:30 डाला था. So we still have half an hour. Let's move towards the linear regression. Start कर देते हैं. Obviously it will not end today. Any doubt, any questions from your ANOVA or chi square? Now you can say that आज से data science start हो रहा है. अब तक जो करा है वो सब खेल कूद था. ठीक है? आज से data science start. ठीक है? And now probably I can put a timeline also कि तुम्हारा बैच कब तक complete होगा. So probably guys, 1 second please, बात मत करो. Let's say your linear regression में, yes tell me one. Someone is saying something. Let me say linear regression will take around 3 class. Logistic 3 class. Screen नहीं दिख रहा क्या? Okay. Now linear may take 3 class, logistic, or linear may take let's say 4 class also. Logistic around 3 class. Then decision tree probably 1 class. Then in each class we will cover at least 2 algorithms. बहुत तेजी के साथ अब सिलेबस आगे बढ़ेगा. Basic background is done. So I think by mid of August your supervised would be over. Mid August definitely. उससे पहले ही शायद complete होगा. Supervised would be over. And I think by September end पूरा syllabus complete होने को आएगा मेरा part. ठीक है? तो ज्यादा टाइम नहीं बचता. Around 2.5 months में data science part will get over. चीज अब यहाँ से रन करेंगी, भागेंगी. ठीक है? थ्योरी आएगी, थ्योरी के बाद कोडिंग. कोडिंग में डेटा क्लीनिंग टिल सैम्पलिंग विल ऑलवेज रिमेन द सेम. सिर्फ एक लाइन का कोड आएगा, योर मॉडल बिल्डिंग. ठीक है? एंड सो अगेन आई एम सेइंग गो बैक एंड स्टार्ट प्रैक्टिसिंग योर पांडास. फाइल को कैसे रीड करना है, कैसे डेटा क्लीनिंग करनी, सैम्पलिंग. Anyway, when we'll build the model, again we'll keep on covering all those steps. So all that part will obviously get sink in, but now the things will move little fast. ठीक है ना? बहुत दिन पाइथन कर लिया, बहुत दिन पांडास कर लिया, अब मेन काम कर लेते हैं. ठीक है? So now let's come back over here. Let's start with our linear regression. Highly recommended you guys keep on making your notes. This is the most basic algorithm and at the same time it's the most complicated algorithm. सबसे ज्यादा दिमाग समझने में इधर ही लगेगा. Linear regression. कोई प्रॉब्लम? आउटलायर रिमूवल का प्रोग्राम, चलो वो जब लीनियर रिग्रेशन बिल्ड करेंगे तभी निकालते हैं. So basically your linear regression is a supervised algorithm. Can I have a quick answer? What is a supervised algorithm? What is supervised technique? Structured data? What do you mean by structured data? थोड़ा जोर से बोलो. सब लोग प्लीज अपने नोट्स चेक करके मुझे आंसर बताओ. व्हाट इज सुपरवाइज एल्गोरिथम और सुपरवाइज टेक्निक? ये हमने डिस्कस किया है, सुपरवाइज एंड अनसुपरवाइज्ड. सैम्पलिंग क्यों करते हैं हम लोग? See, supervised algorithm is the algorithm where you have a target variable. याद आ रहा है? What is another name of target variable? और मत करो पढ़ाई, मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. ठीक है, target variable is also known as your Y variable. It is also known as your dependent variable. Remember, while talking about sampling, I mentioned that you will have only one Y variable. Remember that class? Short-term memory loss वालों. Only one Y variable. How many X variable? Number of X variable can be one or many, right? So basically, your any given algorithm would be either supervised or unsupervised. In supervised algorithm, there are two properties. If both these properties are followed, then it is supervised. You have a target variable and you want to do a predictive modeling. You want to predict the target variable. Another is sampling should be possible. Sampling should be possible. If sampling is not possible, then it is not a supervised. It again comes under the unsupervised. So there can be an algorithm where Y to hoga, but sampling is not possible. That will again become part of your unsupervised. If both these conditions are possible, then only it is supervised. You have a target variable and sampling is possible. If target variable is not there, then again it is unsupervised. If sampling is again not possible, then again it is unsupervised. यहाँ तक clear है? Okay. In my linear regression, so I am talking about linear regression. So linear regression is an algorithm, or you can say a model, which is a supervised algorithm. Yes, supervised algorithm होता है. अगर yes, if this is supervised, it means it will have a Y variable. Am I right? And this Y variable would be numeric and continuous. Numeric and continuous in linear regression. Make one note. If target variable is not numeric and continuous, linear regression should not be used. If target variable is not numeric and continuous, linear regression should not be used. Some another technique would be used, but linear use nahi hoega. For linear regression to be used, target variable should be numeric and continuous. Target variable should be numeric and continuous. Example of what is an example of numeric and continuous? कोई ले सकता है numeric and continuous का example from any of your data set which I have given? Remember, there was one data set, property price, where price was your target variable. याद आ रहा है? घरों के दाम, the cost of the house. So property price. And do you notice there was one more data set, price of the car kind of thing? Car price or automobile price. ठीक है? Or what is the score person will get in an exam? All these are salary. Okay. All these are example of numeric and continuous. It means you do not have a categories. Categories. Any doubt, any questions till this point? Clear till this point? I hope people are making their notes, and that's why I'm just pausing in between. Okay, numeric and continuous. Now, linear regression. Basically, your linear regression is nothing but this line. Y is equal to mx plus c. Where what is m? M is nothing but your slope. C is your, you can say constant, but the better name is your intercept, or even better name is your y-intercept. Intercept तो है, but किस axis पे? Y पे. Okay. For those जिनका मैथमेटिक्स से कई साल पहले नाता कट गया है, उनके लिए what I'm doing, I'm taking a small example to see what is how to find the slope. Let me say there are 2 points. Let's take some 2 points, 3,7, and let me take another point. Let me say 8,20, whatever. So what is the slope? So I can join these 2 points using a line. So what would be the slope of this line? Slope of this line would be y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1. Or if you say y1 minus y2, that is also same. So it would be 20 minus 7 divided by 8 minus 3. So कितना हो जाएगा? 13 by 5. ये हो जाएगी slope. 13 by 5, that would be slope. Now, let's put this thing again back over here. So y is equal to 13 by 5 x plus c. But what is the value of c? I need to find the value of c. So for finding the value of c, what I will do, you put either point B or point A in the equation. You put point B or point A in the equation. Let me put point A over here. So 7 equal to 13 by 5 into 3 plus c. So what would be the value of c? Value of c would be 7 minus 39 by 5. Am I right? So it would be 35 minus 39 would be minus 4 by 5. So value of c aa gayi minus 4 by 5. Have I done it right, or some koi mistake kar raha hai calculation? I think it's right only. ठीक है ना? Now put this value back again in your y is equal to mx plus c. What was the value of m? Value of m was 13 by 5 x plus, you can say minus 4 by 5. This is the equation. ठीक है? This is the equation of straight line. अब एक one people might be thinking इतना simple तो है, इतना मुश्किल क्यों होएगा, ना? अभी होगा, ठीक है? But let's start from the simple thing, है ना? Now, what was the equation of my line? Equation of my line was y is equal to mx plus c. But from today, we will not use this convention. We will move to the another convention. Y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 x. Beta 1 x1, where your beta naught is mapped to your c. And beta 1 is mapped to your x. Y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 x1. Okay. And this is the equation of simple linear regression. Simple linear regression. In this equation, before I move any further, keep one thing in mind. Over here, I'm saying y is equal to something plus something, which means y is a function of x. Beta का function नहीं होता, x का function होता. Y is a function of x, which means y depends on x. Remember, y का another name dependent होता है, dependent variable. ठीक है? So for example, let's say result versus practice. So practice would be your x and result would be your y. ठीक है, result भी numeric and continuous हो सकता है percentage में, है ना, and practice. ठीक है, so y is a function of x, which means y depends upon x, and number of x can be 1 or more. Obviously, in most of the scenarios, it would be more than 1. एक x variable लेके you probably it's not very good to find the y depending upon only on one x variable. In real life, there would be many x variable which will impact your y. Now, let's tweak this equation. What was my equation? My equation was y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 x1. This was the equation when you have only one x variable. अगर एक ही x variable है, so this would be the equation. But if you have more than one x variable, if you have more than one x, then this equation would be written in a little different format. Y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 x1 plus beta 2 x2 plus beta 3 x3 plus beta 4 x4, and this can go on till beta n xn. How many x variable? There is no limit to it. You can have any x variables. Okay. So this is known as your multiple linear equation, where you have more than one x variable. Multiple linear regression. Regression, or you can say equation. अब तक मुझे पता है सब चीज बहुत सिंपल लग रही है. सिंपल है. When you have more than one x variable, let's say you want to predict the price of the house based upon the area of the house, number of bedroom, whether it has a garden, swimming pool, all those things. So number of x variables can be many. So that becomes your multiple linear regression. Okay. अब क्वेश्चन एक आएगा कि मुश्किल क्यों हो जाता है ना? वो वाला पार्ट टेस्ट करते हैं and then we'll end the lecture. I'll not enter into linear regression today. I'm just building the background. ठीक है. Let me say, so how do you build the model? You build the model on the given data. Given data as in historical data, which means you build that model on the data based upon the events which have already occurred. जो चीजें हो गई उन्हीं के ऊपर मॉडल बिल्ड कर दो, right? You cannot build a model on the future data. On future data, you do your prediction, right? Let me say you want to build a model and you are taking a very simple thing. You are saying, let me say price versus area of the house. Okay, as of now, I'm taking only one x variable. So area of the house हमने ले लिया x and price को ले लिया as your y. So let's say area of house was 1000 meters, square meters, whatever, square feet, and price was, let's say, some 50 lakhs. 50 lakhs. And then area was this much, then price was, let me say, 51 lakh. And then area was 900. You thought that price should be less, but price शायद ज़्यादा हो गया, 50.5 lakh, right? Area was 1004, then price was, let's say, 53 lakh, whatever. So this is your first point. This is your second point. This is your third point, and this is your fourth point. Do you notice one thing, that each point has two values, x value and the y value, x coordinate and the y coordinate. So can I plot these points on a line? क्या हम इन points को line पे plot कर सकते हैं? I'll not say point on the line, but can I point it on a graph? Graph पे तो plot ही कर सकते हैं. So let me say this was 500, this was 1000, this was 1200, somewhere between was 900, then it was, let's say, 1204. and this was your 40 lakh, this was your 50 lakh, this is 51 lakh, this is whatever lakh. So first point, let me say point number A kahan pe aa jayega? Point number A would be 1050 lakh. 1050 lakh, can I say it would be somewhere over here? Point number A. Point number B, it is 1251 lakh. 1251 lakh. Idhar aa jayega. Let me say I plot only 2 points. मैं सिर्फ 2 ही point plot करता हूँ. Can I get a straight line between them? Can I get a straight line between them? I can apply the same formula, y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1. Using that formula, I can get the slope. And after you getting the slope, I can get the C. Line equation की line आ गई. कोई problem आएगा? नहीं आएगा. But you don't have only 2 points. You have point number 3 also and point number 4 also. Have you seen your data anytime? Remember your property price column? Property price data, it was having some 1000 records and number of columns, some 70-80 columns. So now if you plot the third point is your point number C, 50.5 lakh. So 50.5 lakh would be somewhere over here. And point number 4, 53 lakh and 1204. 53 lakh and 1204. Point number D. Similarly, you can have 5th point also, 6th point also, 7th point also. So these can be your point number E, A, B, C, D, E. And then you may have your point number F also. You may have point number G also. You have point number H also. Correct? Now tell me, can you connect all these points with a single straight line?
No.
क्या possible है? नहीं possible है. These points, no matter whatever you do, you cannot connect all these points with a straight line. If you try to connect them, then the line would not be straight. It would be something curved. आ रही बात समझ में? Straight lines are the possible नहीं. But at the end, I want only one line. आखिरी में सिर्फ एक ही लाइन चाहिए. Is it possible to connect them using one line? Answer is no. But I want only one line because solution should be unique. You cannot have multiple solutions to the same problem. So it means now I'm saying you cannot connect all these points using the same line. So it is my wish. I can draw any line. कोई रोक सकता है मुझे? When it is given that you cannot connect them using a single line, then I can draw any line. So how many different solutions are possible? Can I say infinite number of solutions are possible? Infinite solution, number of lines can be infinite. जिसका मन जाए वैसी line draw कर ले. So will you guys agree that I should have some criteria so that I get only one line? कोई तो criteria होना चाहिए ना, so that I get one line and the best line. एक ही line हो और सबसे अच्छी भी. So I should have some mechanism or some control to get only one line, and that should be the best line. यहां तक agree करते हैं सब लोग? You cannot have infinite solutions or multiple solutions for the same problem. You need to have a unique solution. So it means I need to have one line or the best line. Now, let me say these are the points. So I take this line. Let me say I take this line. This is the best line, let me say. But even, do you notice that the best line is not covering all the points? The best line we have वो सारे points को तो touch नहीं कर रही. Many of the points are not there on the line. If point is not there on the line, then what does this mean? This means there would be the difference between your actual and the predicted value. If all the points are not on the line, there would be difference between your actual value and the predicted value. Actual and predicted would be different. Actual and predicted would be different. And if actual and predicted would be different, it means there is error in your model. Later on, we will see the formula. But concept by samajh mein aa raha na? If there is a difference between actual and predicted, it means there is an error in your model. Am I right? Now, what will happen is, for all these infinite number of solutions, you can find the error. Whichever line you choose, you can find the error. And choose the line which has least error. जिस line की least error होगी, वो line तो unique हो जाएगी. That would be only one single line. Choose the line which has least error, and that would be your unique solution and the best solution. So what will happen? This equation y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 x1. This will change, and this will change to beta naught plus beta 1 x1 plus epsilon. This is nothing but your error. Every equation will come with an error. Now you will choose the line where your error is least. This is nothing but your error. Choose the line where your error is least. Just because of this one extra parameter error, suddenly the equation becomes very, very, very complicated. अब तुम्हारी सारी टाइम एंड एनर्जी इस एरर को रिड्यूस करने में जाता है. Are you getting my point? How to get the line which has the least error, and if the error would be least, the solution would be unique and best. Okay? So we'll end the session over here, guys. And from tomorrow we will start from the very same point. I haven't entered into the regression yet. Yeah, regression में enter करेंगे. Yes, sir. Which topic? कौन सा topic? Guys, for ANOVA किया ना हमने सुबह. Hypothesis, you can say hypothesis testing. ठीक है guys, so with this I'll end the session. Thank you for joining. And कल का टाइम क्या है? Tomorrow what's the time? 8:30. We meet at 8:30. सब लोग please time पे आ जाओ. अगर मैं 8:30 आ गया तो we'll start at 8:30. ठीक है ना? Don't miss the starting session. ठीक है guys, thank you for joining and end the session.